Yeah, yes. Will we get started? Okay, everybody. We're just after 11, so I think we'll get started. And I'm going to introduce my lovely colleague, Professor Madeleine Leonard, who's going to introduce the day. So come ahead, Madeleine. And
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Ooh, God, actually, that's one of the few times people have actually said anything back. That's a great start. It really does give me great pleasure to chair the launch of the All Ireland Social Security Network. So you're all very welcome, and I hope you find the day useful and informative. And I hope it marks the beginning of new or deeper networks between those working on social welfare issues in both parts of Ireland. These networks and this all-island focus is absolutely crucial, given the challenges faced by welfare state in both parts of Ireland. The cost of the pandemic, the ongoing cost of living crisis, comes on top of a crisis in care and ageing. You could add immigration, housing. It comes on top of the economic consequences of Brexit, and it comes on top of the climate crisis. And indeed, it seems there's a perfect storm brewing, whereby all these various issues are coalescing. The welfare state in both parts of Ireland is facing a toxic cocktail of welfare problems, which make these shared conversations increasingly vital. And one of the core purposes of today is to get these conversations on shared welfare concerns going. Some conversations are already taking place, but there needs to be more opportunities to reflect on social welfare issues on an all-island basis. Now, one initiative that I want to very briefly mention is an All-Ireland Social Welfare Residential Summer School, which has been taking place for the past 23 years. And it's funded by the Department for Communities in Northern Ireland and the Department of Social Protection in the south of Ireland. I'm the academic director of the summer school, and what it tries to do is bring together those who work in both these departments, who work directly with welfare claimants in both parts of Ireland, to draw on their expertise and to consider and debate what lessons can be learnt from each jurisdiction's approach to welfare issues. Participants listened to a range of academic presentations. Ciara gave a presentation earlier this year. Helen Johnson is a former speaker at the Social Welfare School, and Mary Murphy is a former tutor and has been coming back to the school as a speaker for several years. Jay? Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm very unprofessional. And Jay Wigan is here, who was also a former tutor at the Social Welfare School. They produce reports, they meet in study groups, they produce recommendations, and they present their findings to senior management in both departments. Now, this is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't go far enough. We need additional initiatives, such as the establishment of this network, which hopes to bring together academics and researchers working in social welfare issues, together with professionals and practitioners who work with those affected. So let's hope that today marks the start of a new shared knowledge base that enables those on the receiving end of welfare to lead more dignified lives. Now, I want to turn briefly to the structure of today, and it's flexible. We're going to kick off with Ciara Fitzpatrick and Charles O'Sullivan, who will introduce the rationale for the network and tell us a little bit about their future plans. And I think they're going to talk for about 15 minutes. This will be followed by Helen Barnard from the Trussell Trust, who will speak for about 20 minutes, and she'll be followed by Helen Johnson from the National Economic and Social Council, and she will also talk for about 20 minutes. This should bring us to around 12 o'clock. So hopefully we will have about 30 minutes or less, depending on how long our speakers take, to make comments and to ask questions. And I'll chair that question and answer session. And it would be great if you're going to make a comment or ask a question, if you would tell us your name and the organisation that you're from. So I'll introduce both Helens later, but I want to start by briefly introducing Ciara Fitzpatrick and Charles O'Sullivan. Ciara is a lecturer in the School of Law at the University of Ulster. She's a passionate anti-poverty activist, and she works with colleagues in the community and voluntary sector to highlight the impact that poverty is having on society. She's a founder member of the Northern Ireland Cliff Edge Coalition, which is a group made up of 100+ organisations who are campaigning for a better social security system. Ciara is an avid researcher. She has experience of various social welfare issues, and she's worked with a number of different groups. And the thread that joins all our work together is her commitment to making the voices of those on the receiving end of social welfare heard. Charles O'Sullivan is Assistant Professor in the School of Law and Criminology at Maynooth University. Like Ciara, he's an avid researcher and a passionate teacher. Where is Charles? I haven't met you. Hi, Charles. I looked you up on Maynooth website, and I see you have a whole lot of awards for teaching. So well done and congratulations. Charles is currently completing a book on punitive shifts within Irish welfare law and policy from 1996 to 2021. And his work focuses on the increasing policing of entitlements and the scapegoating of claimants. And he reflects on the other blame-avoiding strategies at a national level. Both Charles and Ciara have produced joint publications on social welfare issues relating to both parts of Ireland. And I have to say, they are a minority of academics in both universities in North and South of Ireland who actually adopt an all-island focus. So I'm going to turn you over to both of them who are going to tell us about this really exciting new initiative.
Thank you, Madeline. Sorry, just have to stand close to the screen so as the camera can see you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks everyone for coming. We're not going to take too long, just to allow extra time for the presentations and Q&As after. But I suppose the main thing really is just in terms of the establishment of all this, it was kind of by accident really. We got asked to write a paper for the Aarons project from the Royal Irish Academy, myself and Ciara, and we actually realised that we didn't really work with the other system necessarily. We were very sheltered towards our own focus. So when we actually had to figure out even the commonalities or the differences between the system, it took quite a bit more time than we were actually anticipating. Even in the paper, we ended up just realising that there were generally common shifts that occur within both systems and probably sort of internationally from a comparative perspective. Things like immigration, austerity, fraud, all these sorts of discourses that occur. But especially the Irish system tended to mimic the UK, but the UK obviously diverged in the 1980s, whereas Ireland sort of just ploughed along for a couple of years until the late 1990s. So there was generations of reforms, especially in the UK, that just never really occurred in Ireland until the late 1990s, but particularly 2008 onwards. So even when we were looking at comparing payments directly to one another, there were just layers and layers of minutiae in the north that just didn't apply in Ireland. Although now we can look at the Disability Green Paper, which is basically trying to speed forward to the current state of reforms in the UK in terms of disability benefits. But when we were writing the paper, we realised that there wasn't much collaboration going on at a large scale level. So it might be beneficial to create some sort of larger scale project. And then even with the Aarons project, we had Fiona Zuclo from UCC as a respondent to our paper, and we responded to Mary Murphy's paper as well. So even within the Aaron's project, we ended up collaborating quite a bit. And of course, with a lot of academic projects, that was a bit of time ago, and now we're finally here actually launching it today. But it was a very enriching experience to even realize how little we actually knew about the differences between the systems, let alone trying to figure out how we could make them function better together.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So just to really follow on from what Charles was saying, is to reiterate that we identified a gap for a network to bring together researchers and civil society from both sides of the island who are focusing on social welfare issues and social security issues. And, you know, it has been a slow burner of a process. We really kind of solidified the group in May of 2023. We all got together in Trinity and decided that we would formally constitute the network. And we're delighted that this is our very first event. And in order to really drive on the activities of the All Island Social Security Network, we've formed a small working group, which is myself, Charles, Tricia from St Vincent de Paul, Ireland, Johnny from the Trussell Trust in Northern Ireland, and Fiona from UCC. And together over the next couple of years, we're really hoping to really progress the network in the form of at least 2 events per year, one in Northern Ireland and one in the Republic of Ireland. We also hope to build the network and extend beyond academic members to bringing in more input from civil society with the help of Tricia and Johnny, and really using the civil society networks that they have on both sides of the island. We hope to collaborate more widely on research, really digging down into both systems. As Charles said, when we were writing our paper looking at both sides of the island, we really took an ideological perspective because the mind boggled at all the different payments and the different rates of payment, and you know, we really weren't equipped to start that level of comparison. So we're really looking forward to taking that further and hopefully looking at a whole system analysis of what the 2 social security systems look like in the north and in the south. It's important for us to acknowledge that there are certain constitutional shifts, particularly since Brexit in 2016, and we acknowledge, as Madeleine has, that it's absolutely crucial that we really start doing work to understand what social security looks like and how it operates on both sides of the island. So that's really all I want to say about what we plan to do. We'd love to keep in touch with you all. We will be in contact after the event to check whether you would like to remain on a mailing list where we will hopefully send updates about the different activities that we are participating in. One such initiative, as Charles has mentioned, is that the government in the Republic of Ireland has published a disability green paper, which is proposing a new system of work capability assessments for those people on disability benefits, a system that we already have here in Northern Ireland, the Employment and Support Allowance. And this puts the All Island Social Security Network in a good position because we can use our knowledge and experience of ESA to really tell the government in the Republic of Ireland that it's a terrible idea and they absolutely should not do it, and to avoid at all costs, but using a very evidence-based approach and supporting the work of those disability advocates both in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and hopefully creating further research collaborations and work together. And before I finish, I just want to say a special thank you to the Social Policy Association, who has very, very kindly funded this event today with their opportunity grant. And they are funding a further event in spring 2024, which will be in the Republic of Ireland, hopefully in Charles's new home of Maynooth University. And also to the Northern Ireland Human Rights Festival, who have kindly added us to their programme of events today and have helped us to promote the event. And also to Sean, who is streaming this event online for us all at the moment, so everybody can catch up. So that's everything from me. And what I would say is, if you have any further questions about the network, about joining the network, about getting involved, catch Charles or I or Fiona, Trisha or Johnny at the tea break or at lunch break, and we would be really delighted to talk to you further. So what I'm going to do now, if it's okay with you, Madeleine, is I'll invite Helen Bernard to come up. I'll get up your presentation, Helen, and Madeleine, you can introduce Helen.
Okay, well, I'm just introducing the first of the two Helens of the day. Helen Barnard is the Director of Policy, Research and Impact for the Trussell Trust. And Helen took up this position in March of this year, so you're relatively new. She was previously Associate Director at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and was Research and Policy Director at Pro Bono Economics, which is a charity based in the UK that uses economics to empower the social sector and to increase well-being across the UK. She's a recognised leading voice in social security and economic policy. She's a strong campaigner within the anti-poverty sector, and she has produced an extensive body of written work, including a recently produced book entitled Want, which examines some of the root causes and potential solutions to poverty in the UK. So Helen, you're very welcome here today, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thanks very much. You can never have too many Helens. I think there should be a minimum of 2 on every programme. Brilliant to see you all. So I thought it would be useful to actually start this by thinking about what exactly is a social security system supposed to do, what are the functions it should be performing, and we can then test it to see if it's fulfilling those. And for the UK social security system, there are basically 3 core functions which it should be fulfilling, which it was created by Beveridge and the social reformers to do. So the first function is about income replacement. So essentially, the system recognises that not everybody in society is going to be able to generate enough income to get by from the market, from either inheriting or earning money. So it recognises that there will be some people who can't work at all, either temporarily or permanently. There'll be other people who can work but are between jobs. And there will be life events that create income shocks, which we know people can't immediately make up for with earnings, whether that's divorce or illness or other events. So we have income replacement benefits, whether that's the old ones, income support, ESA and so on, and most of universal credit is about the income replacement. Obviously, in kind of recent 10, 15 years, the system has evolved to recognise that actually even when you are working, you can't necessarily work enough hours or in a good enough job to create enough income. So it's kind of tagged on an extra bit of in-work benefits, but that is still really, it is income replacement. It is recognising that your earnings are not enough on their own to get you to a decent position. So that's the first thing. Second thing the system is invented to do is to tackle additional costs. So what it recognises is that consumer markets don't create affordable costs for everybody. So many people will face costs they can't meet just from their earnings. So 2 workers may be earning the same amount. If one of them is supporting a partner and children and the other one isn't, it's not reasonable for the employer to pay differently, but as a society we recognise the person supporting more people is going to have additional costs. So we put in additional cost benefits like child benefit or the child element of universal credit. We also recognise that being disabled brings additional costs and doesn't bring the income to cover them, so we have the additional cost benefits for people with disabilities. And we recognise that some parts of the market are fundamentally quite broken, particularly the housing market. And for many people on low incomes, the housing market doesn't deliver affordable costs, so we've invented housing benefit in its various different forms. So that's the second thing. The third thing the system is there to do is essentially recognise that as a species, we are terrible at planning for the future. So even when we know something's going to happen, like we will retire one day, we are very, very bad as individuals about saving up and recognising what we'll need. The system also recognises that for most future expenses, we do actually leave it to individuals through savings or the market through insurance, but there are certain big future expenses which we have recognised the market is not going to cover, so private insurance is just going to be prohibitively expensive for many people, particularly those who need it most. And as a government, essentially, the government has recognised that it is not feasible to simply abandon large groups of people to severe hardship when they either retire or have a baby. Those are the two big life events. So essentially what we've done is create social security, which is like an enormous whip round, where we all put in some money to support someone who's facing it now in the hope that when we face this thing, there will be a pot of money that will be a whip round for us. So those are the three things that the system is invented to do. I think there is also something interesting about asking ourselves, what does it say about us as a society that we have chosen to invent this system and to sustain it? And I think there are three big things that it reflects about us. The first thing, I think social security is an expression of our commitment to protect one another from harm. So in the same way you can see on a community level, communities come together to support one another when times are tough, when you have an unexpected weather event. That instinct that we will protect one another is writ large in the social security system. The second thing, I think it reflects our collective experience that actually allowing large groups of people to experience really severe hardship is bad for society as a whole. It is, there is the moral argument about it, but there is also a self-interested argument that children growing up in poverty is going to be bad for our future economy, it's going to be bad for future public services. That if large groups of people can't afford the basics, that is going to place costs and impacts on the rest of society. So we have collectively decided we will step in and try to have a system that prevents that. And I think the third thing actually is it expresses something about a sense of justice, that some groups, if we did leave most of this stuff to individuals in the market, there are some groups who would disproportionately be at risk of really severe hardship, and that it isn't right for us as a society to just leave those people to carry that additional burden. So we have a system which attempts to make it at least slightly fairer and to spread the burden. So as an individual, we have no way of predicting if we will have a catastrophic accident or experience a severe illness. So what we do is essentially insure one another against that so that individuals aren't left carrying the whole of the consequence of something like that happening. So that's the starting point. This is what it's supposed to do. This is what it says about us as a society. The next question is, how well is the system in the UK living up to those functions and those principles? This is where it's going to get slightly more depressing. I've just got to warn you. So obviously coming from the Trussell Trust, we see on a kind of daily, weekly basis across our network of food banks some of the consequences of how well or badly social security is living up to these things. And this may be very familiar to some of you. So when we publish our operational statistics twice a year, so we published a few months ago our end of year stats for last year, and we had provided nearly 3 million parcels across the UK that year. That was a jump of 37% on the previous year. So that was a fairly shocking thing to see. And it's also worth saying this isn't just a short-term pandemic effect, it's not just a short-term cost of living effect, this is part of a long-term trend. So over 5 years, the need we're seeing has more than doubled. So that's kind of one snapshot of whether the system is doing what it should. But actually, through our research, what we know is that these numbers, shocking as they are the tip of the iceberg, because actually the research we've done with hunger in the UK and hunger in Northern Ireland tell us that the majority of people facing hunger don't access charitable food support, either ours or anyone else's. So what we found is actually across the UK, 14% of adults or their families have faced hunger in the last year. So that's about 11.3 million people. That's more than the population of Scotland. So what we're seeing is there is a very large group of people who are being failed by the system that is supposed to be protecting them from this kind of hardship. I think it's always the statistics are very useful to give us that robust take on how the system's doing. But I think it's easy to forget that each one of our 3 million parcels, each one of those people who responded to that survey, it reflects people going through probably the worst time in their lives and having to either rely on charity to survive or facing it on their own in some cases. And so I've just included some of the voices we've heard from people who have relied on our food banks or have taken part in our research of what it means on a daily basis to face this kind of hardship. So the top one there is a mother talking about just getting to the point where she just can't be bothered about whether she eats or not. She makes sure the baby does, her daughter does. Other than that, she's giving up. And I think that speaks to some of the impact on people's mental and emotional states of being trapped in this situation. The second one there, as a parent, having to tell your children that, yes, it's cold, but I can't turn on the heating, and you can't have a hot shower, and the lights need to stay off. That, and I know for many people here, the idea of having to say that to your children it's really heart-stopping, actually. And then actually the last quote about the embarrassment people feel, I think that speaks to what is often a very hidden impact of this hardship, which is the level of shame people feel. And that sense that even though if you're turning to a food bank or another charity, by and large, they're lovely, they're compassionate, they welcome you, there is no sense of judgment from those people, people still feel an intense feeling of shame that they have reached a point that they have to turn to charity. And that is one of the reasons I think that so many people don't actually reach out for support and therefore experience even worse hardship in some ways. So what we found through our research, so that's the hardship we're seeing, that the single biggest reason we're seeing this hardship is because the social security system is failing. It's the single biggest driver of hunger, of hardship, of debt across the UK. And there are really four ways in which the current system is failing to live up to what it should be doing. I'm going to come to that. So this is just, yes. So just to say that I've talked about our operational statistics and our research. It's worth saying that this tallies with other organisations' research. So the Joseph Rowntree Foundation every 2 years measures destitution. They've just published their latest destitution work. They found 3.8 million people in the UK were destitute, about 1 million children. That has gone up almost 2.5 times over that period from 2017. So the line we see in our operational data of our parcels, the need for our parcels going up, is also reflected in the research that JRF have done. It's also actually, if you look at citizens' advice in England, you see the same trends. And crucially, nearly 3/4 of those people are getting social security benefits. So it's not that people are necessarily excluded from the system, it's that even when you get what you should be, it is not protecting you even from destitution, the most severe form of poverty. Research that we've done with JRF, about 90% of people on universal credit having to go without essentials. And just this summer, more than half of people on universal credit ran out of food and couldn't afford to buy more. And strikingly, that is the case for people in work on universal credit as well as those out of work on universal credit. So that income replacement bit is clearly not working. It's worth saying there are bits of the system that perform better than this. So this is primarily, it's the working age part of the system which we're seeing failing most strikingly. The part of the system which is about that insurance for the future, for when you retire, that part of the system for pensioners is working much better. So just if you take food insecurity statistics, only I think 3% of pensioners have faced food insecurity, which is 3% too many. I'm not saying that's a good thing. It is strikingly much lower than more than half of people on UC. We're saying that is going to change, I think. So we've seen in recent years pensioner poverty has started to go up again. We're starting to see that feed through to other indications, and even in the food bank network, we are getting, in our latest stats, we saw quite a big jump in the number of parcels going to pensioner households. That's from a low base, but it is going up. And I'm hearing from other charities, from people like Independent Age, they are getting more people coming to them who are not able to afford the essentials. And particularly if you're a pensioner and you haven't been able to buy your house, or you're still renting into your pension years, you're at much higher risk, and there are going to be more of those people in the future. So I think that bit of the system is going to start looking much less well performing if you go forward 10 years, 15 years. It's also worth saying that I said earlier that the system is an expression of our sense of justice, that it is not right that some groups should disproportionately face this kind of hardship. So we were looking at how well is the system doing at protecting those groups that face structural barriers. So if you look at these charts, so we've got the top bar of the rainbow is people referred to Trussell Trust food banks. The middle bar is people experiencing food insecurity who may or may not have reached out to us. And the bottom bar is the portion in the UK population. So what you can see, so for disabled people, nearly 7 in 10 people who come to our food banks are disabled. Many of the rest live with someone who is. About half of people experiencing food insecurity are disabled across the country, but they only represent a quarter of the population. So it is massively disproportionate, affecting disabled people and carers. If we look at ethnicity, so again we can see that blue bar, so if you look at people from an ethnic minority group, nearly 1 in 5 have experienced food insecurity. That is significantly higher than that 11% of the population. So again, the risk is much higher. If we think about families with children, and again, this is a trend that we've been seeing, and lots of other charities have seen it, that families with children are disproportionately bearing the brunt of the failures of the social security system. So about half of the households coming to us are families with children under 16, far higher than their proportion of the population. And finally, this is one that has come out of our Hunger in the UK research, which I think we knew about anecdotally, but we didn't have the stats on before, that people who have experienced care when they were growing up, it's a tiny portion of the population, it's only 3% of the population, but they represent nearly 1 in 10 of everyone facing food insecurity in the UK, and 16% of the people coming to us have experienced our care experienced. And actually it's worth saying that there is also disproportionately among that group, they have also experienced homelessness in their either currently or in their journey to us. So as a group, we are fundamentally failing to protect this particular group. So what is it about the social security system that is creating this situation? And there are 4 key things that are going wrong. The first is it's not particularly easy to access benefits, especially disability benefits. I think if there's people here who do frontline advice and community group work, you will know that you spent an immense amount of time sitting, filling in forms. And I know for our food banks, personal independence payments, those PIP forms are some of the top things that we do. And it's the same for citizens' advice, it's the same for Mind. Trying to get people access to disability benefits is hard, it takes a long time, you often have to appeal. So we see a lot of people who are essentially coming to us because they're in that waiting period fighting for those benefits. Second thing is delays. Even when you've got the application in, we've obviously got in universal credit built in at least a 5-week delay, it can be longer. And again, that is a key driver of people facing hunger and people getting into debt, which then carries on affecting them. Third thing is even when you get your benefits and they've come in, the level is so low that it doesn't now cover the cost of essentials. So when you talk to our food banks, maybe 10 years ago, if you got people good financial inclusion advice, if you got them debt advice, if you got them access to the right benefits, many people would basically be okay. What we find now is that even when you do all of that, they are still in negative budget because that gap between what you need and what you get has just grown so large. Finally, even those inadequate benefits for many, many people are reduced even further. So when we look at the people who come to our food banks, 62% of them who are on universal credit aren't even getting the full amount. And particularly strikingly, one of the biggest factors that is debt deductions, most of which are to pay back the government. So you have a government that is supposed to be fulfilling the purpose of protecting us, but is actually reclaiming its own debt in a way that drives people into hunger and hardship and more debt. So just to end with, clearly, I was asked to talk about the state of the UK social security system. The state is not good. It is not fulfilling the purposes it is supposed to. It is not protecting us from harm. It is not achieving justice. It is not preventing the damage to society which comes when you allow people to be forced to live in destitution in this way. So we've been thinking a lot about how do we change this. And I think there are two fundamental building blocks of how we get a step change. The first one is building public support. So it's one of these things that, in order to get governments to move, and in particular in order to get change that lasts, that is not going to be undone by a future government, we need to build real public support for the system. So I've talked to one person, they were saying their ambition is people should be as proud of social security as they are of the NHS. We should think of it in the same way. It is the same expression of our commitment to each other. And we actually do have quite a good basis to build on. So the majority of the public are really worried about poverty. They are worried about homelessness. They're worried about food bank use. They do think the government should do more. And when we've been taking our Essentials Guarantee campaign out, again, there is majority public support among every voter group, which I've never seen for a social security policy in it, ever. So I think we have a basis, but we've got to build on that. Second thing is we've got to get cross-party backing. So I think of it for us as we have to have a big tent approach. We have to build consensus to avoid that yo-yo effect of you persuade one government to do something good and then the government changes and it gets undone. We need to have a bedrock of support, so no matter what happens politically, there are some basics that everyone agrees on. In order to achieve these two things, one of the things that we've been finding is that if you go in through talking about, at a starting point, let's protect everyone from destitution and severe poverty, that seems to be the best way in to get both that broad public support and cross-party backing. And I know quite a lot of campaigners are quite queasy about this because it doesn't feel ambitious enough. Actually, I think if you look at the state of the current system, this is incredibly ambitious. If we could achieve this, it would be transformative for the country. And it does seem to be what the public and politicians connect with best. The second thing, though, is I think we need to think about what are the top concerns for the country. And actually, the two things that always come through are the state of public services and the economy and cost of living. I think we need to do a better job at making visible the fact that unless we solve destitution and we get social security working, we are going to continue to pile pressure on our public services and hold back our economy. And those are the two lines of arguments that we think are probably most fruitful at the moment to get that support. The last couple of things, so I think one thing's having been in this kind of game for quite a long time, what we tend to do is we spend a lot of time campaigning on very specific tweaks or improvements to the system. And we do that because they're necessary. But I think that the thing that we have never really tried to do in a serious way, that I think as a sector we are moving towards much more, is to actually try and establish the principle with the public, with politicians, that social security should at the very least protect us from destitution. If we can achieve that, kind of bake in that principle to how people think about this system, that gives the basis for every one of those tweaks and improvements that we want to see. It also gives us the best defence against these things being undone again when we do achieve them. And the other thing is the infrastructure. So many of you will have come across the campaign that we in the Joseph Rowntree Foundation are running with, I think, 110 organisations now, which is campaigning to have put into legislation the principle that universal credit and other benefits should at least cover the cost of essentials, and that there should be an independent body which assesses what that means in practice. Now, those aren't silver bullets. If we achieve those, it won't magically make all this disappear. But I do think if we can achieve that, it gives us the basis to build a system that actually fulfills those core functions and lives up to the principles. And again, it gives us a strong defence against those things being undone by future governments, because you would have to argue that you don't think universal credit should cover the cost of essentials. And so far, I haven't found anybody who actually is willing to go out and argue that. So that's where we kind of come to, is that we need to get the principles and the infrastructure in place and then use those to build on over the next 10 years or whatever it is. I'll stop there because you have another Helen who needs to come and talk to us, but look forward to your thoughts and questions.
Okay, I now want to briefly introduce the second of the two Helens. We're getting great mileage out of their shared name, who's Senior Policy Analyst for the National Economic and Social Research Council in Dublin. She joined the NESC in 2007, and she's worked on a range of social welfare issues and problems facing the Irish social welfare system. She was also the former director of the Combat Poverty Agency, and she was also the chair for the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. And she produced a report for NESC in 2021 entitled Shared Island, Projects, Progress and Policy, Sharing Knowledge and Lessons in Combating Poverty. I use your report extensively. So she's very amply placed to talk to us today about the possible prospects and values of adopting an all-Ireland approach to social welfare issues and challenges. So over to you, Helen.
Hello everyone, how are you? I think you can hear me here. Yeah, it's very unusual to have two Helens here, and there's maybe others in the room. And the CSO every year publish, the most common baby names and so on. And for the last number of years, I've been looking at that. The top 50 names are never Helens. So you better take note of us today, because we're probably not going to be here in another 20 years or so. And as you probably hear from my accent, even though I've been living in the south in Dublin for 30 years now, actually, I'm originally from Northern Ireland, from North Antrim. So I'm very interested in the kind of all-island approach and what's happening north and south. And I'm also delighted to be here today, because this is one of the things I was hoping might happen, that we'd have an all-island social security network, and it's great that we're here today and that I've been asked to be here. I think my talk will be quite different from the other Helen. So I'm kind of going to just skirt the surface of a whole lot of issues, and then I'm happy to explain more or talk more in the discussion afterwards. So just want to give you a quick overview of what the Irish social security system is like, because I know there's some people have come up from the south today, but a lot of you are more familiar, I think, with the Northern Ireland system. Then just to look at how effective it is, drawing on some work that we did, some of the issues that might need to be addressed, and then just to finish off with the all-island dimension and some conclusions. So the Irish social welfare system is based on the UK beverage system, so we kind of started off in the same place. We have social insurance payments that were already mentioned based on contributions, and then also the counterbalancing social assistance payments governed by means test. We have the universal child benefit system, which I think you have here in the north as well. And then we have a number of ancillary benefits in the other. Helen mentioned some of those as well: free travel, household packages with a TV license and so on. So some of the features then of the Irish social welfare system, given that that's its structures, is that we face quite a bit of economic inequality in the Irish welfare system. And that's really for two reasons. One is that we have a high number of households who actually aren't in work or aren't making any income whatsoever, so they need to be supported by the social welfare system. And also then we have quite high market income inequality, so people earn quite high salaries, but we've also a lot of people who earn very low salaries. So there's quite a big divergence, and so we need to try and address that income inequality, and that's done through the social welfare system. Secondly, as well as the social welfare benefits we mentioned, we also have services. And traditionally, Ireland has been quite good on the social welfare cash benefits. We're probably higher in most cases than the UK system, comparatively speaking. But our services, I think, are much weaker, and we don't have access to the same levels we haven't in the past anyway, in terms of education and health in particular. So it's been much easier, I think, in the past to put a €5 or €10 on a social welfare benefit than to kind of improve how we might deliver a service, which involves staffing and ways of delivery and so on. In terms of our we have a social insurance system, but in terms of our social insurance system, it's much weaker, I think, than a lot of comparative European systems. So even though we have that, we need to improve it, and we are kind of, I think, starting to work towards that, going in the opposite direction, I think, from the UK, who have now kind of reduced some of the social welfare contributions. So overall, we have this hybrid of universal insurance-based and means-tested benefits. So then just to look at some other work that was done by the National Economic and Social Council back in 2005 to think about how we might develop the social welfare system in the South over the next period of time. And there was kind of two key features of that. One was that we should look at the economic and social policy together more and how one supports the other, and seeing really social policy as more of an investment rather than necessarily a drain on the system. And secondly, that we really need to improve the services. So we've got these kind of three overlapping circles, and you can see deliberately, I think, that the services one is a big one, which we really need to improve, but that's also supported by income. And then this other interesting area, which is social innovation. So when we talk about the services, we're talking about things like education and health that I also mentioned earlier, but also then childcare. And increasingly now we need to think of elder care, housing, transport and employment services. On the income supports, okay, we pay the basic payments, but we also need to look at how progressive or supportive they are. So there's was recommendations around child income support, about how to support people back into the labour market, about pensions, and then something on tax as well. And then on social innovation, this is really what's happening at community level, community approaches, and how we can identify what are the new needs, how we can measure how effective things are at a local level, and pilot initiatives. So, and then just moving on, so that's kind of a very, very quick overview of the system, but I want to look now at how effective our Irish social welfare system is. And I'm doing that by looking at poverty, the levels of poverty. So there's 3 lines on this graph, which runs from 2005 to 2022, which is the latest data. So if we look at the first line is the blue line, and that's at risk of poverty, which is below 6% of median income, which is €303 per week in 2022, which I think is a bit higher than the levels in Northern Ireland. But anyway, you can see this line, 2005, Celtic Tiger, and then we had the crash, and then we've gone through the improvement, and then COVID, and now cost of living. So you can see it's kind of moved from 18.5%, and it's now at 13.1%, and it's varied a bit, but not too much. So then we look at the official poverty line for Ireland, which is called this consistent poverty measure. And that's taking that income line plus adding the deprivation, which I'll talk about in a minute, which is the orange line. So you're consistently in poverty if you are below the income line of 6%, €303 per week, plus you're deprived of basic necessities, which is food and heating, being able to participate in some kind of social activities like having a birthday party and so on. So we can, and this is the official line, so we can see that that has kind of hovered around 5%. It increased after the crash, and it's now currently at 5.3%. So 5.3% of the Irish population are in consistent poverty, living with deprivation and low income. And then if you look at the orange line, which is deprivation, we can see that's a bit more volatile. So this is more along the lines of what Helen talked about, you know, the basic necessities of life. And so it fell at the Celtic Tiger, and then you can see it increased right up to over 30% after the economic crash, where people were really struggling. And then it came down again as we improved. Then we had COVID. Then we had the COVID supports, which helped, and then we see a slight increase again. So it's more volatile. So we're just looking at how effective the Irish system is, and I think in general we can say that the Irish social welfare system is fairly successful at combating poverty. There are quite clearly that small percentage or a percentage of the population who are at risk of poverty, but the system has to work hard to do that because of the high levels of income inequality I mentioned earlier. But of course, everybody isn't the same, and then we look at some population groups who have a high risk of poverty. And I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but just to say right at the beginning, the 5.3% is at the right-hand side of the green bar, but over on the far side, on the blue bar, that is now labelled unable to work due to health problems, but basically it's people with disabilities and so on as well. And you can see that they're up nearly at 20%. So again, kind of resonates with what we've heard earlier. The other groups, not surprisingly, people who are unemployed, these single adults under 65, that we need to probably find out a bit more about those, lone parents, people, households where there's no one at work, and now renters as well, especially, well, both people in local authority housing and people in private rented housing now, which is so expensive, people with a low level of education, single adults over 65 who are mainly older women who are living alone, and children still have a higher level of poverty than the rest of the population. So that's a very quick skirt over that part. And now to change to something else. So where is poverty in Ireland? And again, Northern Ireland isn't included this map. So this is another organisation, Pobble, who looks at levels of poverty from the census, so we can dig down into the small areas. And the red areas are the most disadvantaged, and the blue areas are the more affluent areas. And it doesn't come out very well on this chart, but you can see the red areas are the kind of the rural areas, so they're at high risk of poverty, but also, and you can't see it on this, around the large cities of Dublin, Galway, Cork and Waterford, and Limerick, there are also pockets of disadvantage within that, and I just didn't have time to put up another map as such. So really in urban areas, we have estates in parts of urban areas, particularly on the outskirts, where there's a large proportion of people who are unemployed with low levels of education and people who are renting. In rural areas, it's more age dependency, where young people leave to get jobs outside of those areas. But in both the urban and rural areas, we have inadequate provision of public services. So what are we doing about this? So then on to the policy approach. And so in Ireland, we've actually had a national anti-poverty strategy since 1997, and we've had various iterations thereafter, some linked into what was happening in Europe as well, where they had various programs for social inclusion. But our current policy is the roadmap for social inclusion. There's a number of targets. We always have ambitions, goals and commitments, as you can see there. So our current target is to reduce consistent poverty, which I mentioned earlier, to 2% or less. And we've had that target now for quite some considerable time. It's currently at 5.3%. If you can remember back to the graph, I think the lowest we ever got to was 4.2%. So we still have some way to go, but it's good to have that target there. And then also to make Ireland one of the most socially inclusive states in the European Union by 2025, which is now only 2 years away. And currently we're kind of midway, although I think this morning UNICEF published some figures on child poverty, and I think we were 8th in that. But anyway, we've still some way to go to be one of the most socially inclusive states. And then there's a number of high-level goals across employment, income support, inclusive communities and quality services. So that's our anti-poverty policy. And one of the features of the National Anti-Poverty Strategy that we've had right since the outset was this Social Inclusion Forum. And we did some work with a European project where different countries were looking at their anti-poverty policy, including actually Northern Ireland, England and Scotland we had, and Wales I think too, and then various European countries. And they found this Social Inclusion Forum a kind of very beneficial way of involving people who were experiencing poverty and organisations who work with them, as well as local authorities and government officials and ministers indeed, coming together annually to look at how we were doing on our anti-poverty policy and to express issues. So this year's Social Inclusion Forum took place earlier this year. And as part of that, every year, community organisations in Ireland, it's the European Anti-Poverty Network and Community Work Ireland, go out and talk to people in communities and ask them what the key issues are. And those are then fed back at the forum, and itself and discussed with the officials and so on there. So these are just then some of the features that were brought up at this year's Social Inclusion Forum. And very much like Helen said, one of the issues that came up was heat or eat. People were having to make decisions about whether to heat the house or buy food. Income inadequacy as well, especially for those on fixed incomes, so that was older people finding it more difficult to make their income stretch. And homelessness and food banks are now becoming normalised. You know, our figures, homeless figures have kind of skyrocketed, and also people are now using food banks much more, and we heard that from Helen too. Lack of access to affordable health care. Mental health issues have arisen more too since the COVID pandemic. And then we've high unemployment rates for people with disabilities, as I mentioned earlier, travellers and Roma. And of course, I should have said earlier when I was describing the poverty statistics that there's many people who aren't included in the poverty statistics because they only look at private households. So people who are living in institutions or not living in private households have very high risk of poverty. People who are homeless, travellers, the Roma community, people in various institutions. Even though the numbers may be small, these people have very high risk of poverty. Also, we have a lack of childcare places came up at the forum and lack of transport, especially in rural areas. But as well as the policy, it's very important to have the programmes, and the programmes take place at local level. There's a lot of stuff on this slide, so I'm not going to spend too long on it, but I'm quite happy to talk about it afterwards. So just to say that after the economic crash happened in 2008, we had quite a good, I think, community infrastructure, and that was just basically wiped away. Community workers were contracts were discontinued and so on. And so we've had to really gradually rebuild that. And in my view, we haven't really got back to where we were before that. So there's still a lot of a need, I think, for more community supports, but maybe other people have other views and we can hear those afterwards. We currently do have a strategy. It's Sustainable, Inclusive and Empowered Communities, which ran from 2019 and up until next year. And there's various initiatives in there to support the community. One of the key things is this so-called Social Inclusion and Community Activation Programme called SICAP. And so that has been rolled out with money and supports to try and get people who are most excluded back into some kind of activity, whether that's education programs, training programs, into jobs and so on. And there's an interesting, there's been reviews, interesting tool now that's being used as measured travel, because quite often not everybody is going to be ready to get into a full paid job. So this measure is to see where people are starting from and to bring them some of the way, even if they can engage on a regular basis or if they can sign up for a program. So it's kind of some kind of interesting social innovation, which I mentioned earlier, going on in this space. There's public participation networks which help people to engage at a local level. There's a number of community funds for energy and community centres. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention was a community development pilot scheme, which was rolled out in 2021 to kind of try to start to rebuild, I think, some of the community infrastructure that was lost. And there's 7 schemes, organisations being piloted through that, but I think they received 120 applications. So you can see the demand is definitely there, and we're still quite short of meeting that. Okay, I think I've maybe just a few more minutes, so I'm just going to flag a couple of things and then I'll finish up. We, in NESC, we did some work a few years ago, and we produced a social welfare report on the future of the social welfare system, participation and protection, and we identified 4 issues that we felt needed to be addressed in the future. So I'm just going to flag a few of these things. I'm not going to dwell on them. So one was to ensure an adequate income to alleviate poverty. And one of the key things here was about improving child income support. We have the universal measure, but we need to improve the targeted measures to make it more seamless if people want to move off benefit and into work. We also then wanted to support high participation because the world of work is changing and so on. But one of the things we suggested here was piloting a participation income scheme, particularly for people who are maybe working in the care sector, are not working, who are providing care and aren't being adequately recognised, people who are volunteering. And then on modernising family supports to reflect gender and care needs. I see Orla O'Connor here today from the National Women's Council. So it's about individualisation and supporting a better balance of work and family. And then about how to pay for all of this. So we maybe need to increase funding into the system or manage expenditure. But the other one is increasing numbers of people in the labour force, because as you know, we all have ageing societies. So we're going to have less workers to support an ageing population. And I know there's a lot of issues about immigration, but we actually need working age people in our society to help support the ageing population. It's how we manage that and how we do that, I think, will be critical. So then, just to come to the all-island dimension, which Madeleine mentioned earlier. So how are we connected across the island? So there's a number of things happening. The social welfare summer school that Madeleine mentioned earlier has been running for, 23 years, I think you said. So it's a really good initiative. Also, post-Brexit, there was a lot of angst about how that might sever relationships, and to some extent it has, but we did have the post-Brexit reciprocal social welfare arrangements. So if you were working in England and returned to Ireland, or vice versa, you can still receive your benefits. Also, the Shared Island Unit have set up a civic society fund. I was wondering if this was funding this today, but I think the funding came from elsewhere. But it's actually funding a lot of community and voluntary welfare organisations to do various work. We have the Peace Plus programme, EU funded, EU, UK, Ireland, Northern Ireland Executive funded programme that's now coming on stream. And as was mentioned earlier, the Aaron's research, and actually I should have put up your work here as well, but there's two particular papers I think are relevant. By Mike Tomlinson wrote Social Security in a Unified Ireland to look at what changes might be required. And then Paul Gosling, I think, recently published Who is Better Off, the Irish, the Northern Irish or the British, and that looked at some of these aspects as well. We have the All-Ireland Social Security Network there, but also we have an All-Ireland Food Poverty Network too. So that's run by Safe Food, which is one of the North-South implementation bodies, and they look at the Vincentians in Dublin, do a lot of work around a minimum essential budget, a living budget, and so that work informs them. So, okay, so what can we do in the future? And I know that's the afternoon session as well, so these are maybe just a few prompters. We can share knowledge, especially I think on child poverty, because in the South we've just set up in the Department of the Taoiseach a Child Poverty and Wellbeing Programme Office, so we're really working hard to try and reduce child poverty, which is in the future, and also it was mentioned here as being important for a future society. We can look at how the state and the community and voluntary sector and charities can work together, and indeed the private sector can work together rather than kind of the siloed approach. I haven't really mentioned it much today, and I think this is the School of Law. There's a need to incorporate socioeconomic rights into policy making. We need to look at the exchange for a just transition. This is the digital and green. Who are the most vulnerable or who are going to be losing their jobs, and what supports are going to be put in place for them? About poverty measurement, which is done by NISRA here and the CSO in the South, but the measures are slightly different, and can we align those better so that we get an overall picture of the levels of poverty in Ireland? The links between poverty and mental health, which I think is coming to the fore. Special initiatives in tackling concentrations of poverty, and we have examples of those in the South, and there's some very good examples here as well, so we should share lessons on those, and maybe have a cross-border social security conference, so that's maybe the next step. Okay, so that's me really. So I just wanted to welcome the establishment of the Social Security Network, that we should be looking then to identify issues of common concern, share lessons on what works, align measurement, and work towards the reduction of poverty on the island. Is that okay? Thank you.
This is the last time I'm saying it, but would there be any chance the two Helens could come up here so that you could address your question then? So I was going to say to the two Helens, which means second time in a sentence. So the third time, the two Helens will now answer any questions. Ciara has a roving mic. So once again, if you would tell us your name and what organisation you're representing, it just helps situate you a bit better. So over to you.
Yes, we need to be standing in front of the camera.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Brigitte Anton. I'm in between jobs. So my question is, when we've been talking about the research, academic research on poverty, but how would you, either of you, think of actually including people who are on benefits or were on benefits? Because, I mean, I think a lot of people are, they're not kind of obvious. You'd be surprised who is on benefits. And I think there's still that stereotypical person you think might be poor, but there's so many more who just blend in and you wouldn't know. So how would you go about to actually include people into all these discussions on the all-island networks who are or have experience being on benefits?
I mean, so I say from our experience, so we do a lot of participatory research, and actually I think there's now a really good body of kind of people who are very expert at that. And I mean, I think it's a really good thing to raise, because one of the things that I've thought about, you know, how do we go about improving a social security system? One of the things I would love to see is embed the principle of co-design. And actually, I think in the UK, universal credit has been a really good case study of what happens when you don't do that. Because the biggest issues with universal credit, the kind of monthly payments, not being able to split payments, all of those were things that if you had co-designed it with people with experience of the system, could have been headed off at the pass, but that wasn't done. So I mean, I think, you know, I would like to try and have a situation where we don't do any research that doesn't have a participatory strand to it. We're not there yet, but I think that's how the direction of travel should be.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that. Just to kind of say I did a piece of work a good while ago now to look at who's on benefit across the income deciles. And actually, people are right across the deciles are on benefits. Now, a lot of them are maybe older pensioners as well, but still, they're not just people at the, who are on very low incomes necessarily. In the Republic, they've just introduced, I think on the back of COVID as well, a job-related income support now. So your level of income when you lose your job will be taken into account, and you may get a higher payment for a period of time so that you don't have the big drop. Now, I think it's quite controversial in some ways, but maybe that's something for discussion.
The other thing, actually, I think what you've said is relevant to public support. So there was some really interesting deliberative research that was done. So when you talk to the public, and if you say to them, if you come in and say, should social security payments be higher, they'll say, by and large, no. And if you ask them who they're thinking of when they say that, it will be a stereotypical kind of unemployed bloke, essentially. And as a group, that is not. When you then break it down and you go through all the different groups who actually make up the vast majority of people on benefits, group by group, there's a lot of support. You talk about disabled people and carers and young parents. And so there is something about how we generate public support for this issue by painting a more accurate picture of who we're talking about. Because in the public's mind, the image that's triggered, if you just say social security, isn't helpful or accurate.
Thanks. These are probably more comments than questions, but interested to know what you think. I'm Orla O'Connor from the National Women's Council. We're an all-island women's membership organisation, feminist organisation. We are based in the south. I mean, just a few things. One, I think it is really important to have this all-island social security network. So we would, really welcome the fact that this is being done. think it's very important to have a gender dimension. I'm glad, Helen, you included that in your piece. And I mean, part of the reason I'm saying that is one of the initiatives the National Women's Council has is called the All Ireland Women's Forum. So this is where women's organisations north and south and also cross-community in the north come together. And most recently we had a residential, and part of those discussions was about the situation in terms of poverty, the experience of women on welfare. And I think it was very clear, it really echoes what you were saying, Helen, particularly in the north in terms of reliance on food banks, and then the experience in the south being, heavily, I suppose, determined by the housing crisis and the situation. But one of the things I think was just really evident was, particularly in the north, the lack of funding, the lack of supports for civil society organisations to support people in those situations. And that because of the situation of the absence of a government, but also the reduction in support from the block grant, and how that compared to the south. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because we don't want civil society filling the gaps of state services, but it was something that was very evident. Another thing, and you might comment on, that's really hampering our work in the forum is the lack of comparable data, and the lack of data, particularly in the north. And we're finding that a challenge in terms of how we identify, for example, policy recommendations. Just the other thing I think that Helen, you had mentioned about, I think it is really important that when we're talking about social security, that the link to services is absolutely key and has to be a key part of that. So when a lot of comparisons are being made north and south, it doesn't make sense really to do it in the absence of that. And I know that's one of the things that our groups are finding. And just finally, and I know it's a slightly maybe, I suppose maybe slightly left of field point, but I think it's very, very clear to us in the Women's Council from working with our members and on the forum north and south that in the absence of having proper social welfare and proper income supports and proper services, there is a real vacuum now in working class communities, in communities of real high deprivation levels. And that vacuum is being filled by very strong anger, but also quite racist perspectives and activities, and that's an enormous challenge for civil society organisations in terms of operating in that. So I think it's sort of, when you were talking earlier about the need for public support, I think that's a key bit and how that's done, because unless we have proper social security, that concern in terms of that vacuum only builds. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, really good points, obviously. I think there was almost a perfect storm, isn't it? Because we've got the state essentially having withdrawn from a lot of activities and support in the last decade or so, certainly in the UK, and at the same time, so civil society is being left to pick up the pieces, and at the same time, civil society's funding base has been shrinking. I mean, we're certainly just seeing kind of anecdotally a lot more people being referred to food banks who really need to be referred to other services, but they are overwhelmed, and so it's the last resort. At least you can help someone get some food, but of course actually we need to be connecting them with mental health services or whatever it is. On the measurement point, just on a very techie nerdy thing with my inner researcher, I think getting comparative data where you have very different national systems is obviously difficult. I've been thinking one of the things that can help, though, is if we use poverty measures that take account of costs as well as income, it becomes much easier. So I was involved in the Social Metrics Commission over in Britain, which came up with a new poverty measure, which is now DWP and is now taking it forward as experimental stat. And part of the motivation for that was wanting a measure that would do a better job at accounting for the cost side as well as the income side. I wonder whether if we can make progress to that, you could then take account of the fact that in the Republic they are paying for health costs, for instance, which you wouldn't be paying for here, but getting higher income, and that might help with this.
Yeah, I'll just add something. I was at a seminar on Monday in the ESRI, and they were talking about this very thing, the measure of poverty, and they were comparing Ireland and the UK with the Social Metrics Commission and the US, actually. And being also a nerdy researcher, and I mentioned the poverty measurement as a thing, but taking a bigger picture, the same results are coming out, that it's people with disabilities in particular who are at very high risk of poverty because of the additional costs. And there's great variety across that, because some people have very severe disabilities with enormous costs. Some people have minor disabilities with some costs. So I do think, and then lone parents also come out quite high across all the systems, and people from different ethnic backgrounds. So I think the results are still the same in many ways, so we know the issues that we need to deal with. The second point is just in relation to, I didn't want to dwell too much on the comparability between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, even though that's mainly what I've been doing for the last while. But traditionally, I suppose, the services here were always so much better than in the south, because we had to pay more for education and health and so on. But our social welfare system was more generous. But actually, the services here in the north, I think, have deteriorated quite a lot in recent years. And while we've had some improvements in the south and still cost a lot, I think that the difference now is that you're probably worse off, really, in terms of poverty levels in the north than you would have been in the south, which is a big change over the last 30 years since I've been here. So we need to think what to do about it. And Orla's last point about what's happening in some disadvantaged communities, absolutely, we really need to pay attention to that.
Hi, I'm Christopher Bowes from FLAC, the Free Legal Advice Centre. So FLAC is an NGO based in Dublin that exists to promote access to justice. And social welfare is one of the main areas where our independent law centre undertakes casework, so mainly arising from our Roma legal clinic, but also public interest casework. And we also do policy work and consider law reform in the area of social welfare. Helen Barnett, I was interested in something you were saying. I know we'll probably get into the weeds of a lot of issues as the day goes on, but about kind of building a positive social welfare agenda and framing it around anti-poverty. And I suppose I was just wondering if you could speak slightly more about kind of strategies that have been successful in that regard. I think at the moment, while income equality is on the political agenda, anti-poverty, I think, has slightly gone down in terms of political salience, certainly in the South. And I think as well it arises in a context where a lot of the law reform measures over the past 10 years or so have sort of inbuilt a lot of stigma and shame in the social welfare system, when we've seen this sort of increased turn to conditionality and control and how our social welfare system is administered.
It's a big question. I think, one of the things that's really struck me in the last few years is that in terms of building public support, there has been a massive disconnect between how people who are experts and campaigners and are steeped in this area, how we think about things, talk about things, the language we use, the arguments that work for us, and how the rest of the population actually thinks about these things. And there's been some really interesting work done by the Frameworks Institute, which started off in America, is now in the UK. I'd be surprised if they weren't trying to branch out into the Republic. If they haven't yet, I'm sure they will. And they have done work across quite a lot of different social issues. And essentially it's kind of behavioural psychology stuff. It's looking at when you talk about a given issue, how does the language you use and the framing you use, what does it trigger in people's minds? So when I was at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation years ago, we funded them to do the first research in the UK about poverty. And they basically, what they came back and said is, look, when you talk about poverty, there are 9 different, what they called frames, ways of thinking about it. There are 9 of those that can be triggered in people's minds. Of those 9, there are 7 of them that if you trigger them, you have already lost the argument. It doesn't really matter what you say. You've triggered an unhelpful way of thinking, and it's very hard to build support for solutions. There are 2 of them that if you can trigger those, you can then have a productive conversation. And what they found for us, as well as for many other people, that many of the ways that people campaigning on these issues have done it has triggered the unhelpful frames. And actually, in some cases, this is true they did stuff I saw in America as well, the way that campaigners talk about stuff actively reduces public support for the thing they're arguing for. And so there is something for me about actually evidence-based discussions with the public. And I think the other thing is recognising where the public are rather than where you want them to be. And I think that's really uncomfortable territory. So some of the policies that when you're in this business you hate most, like the benefit cap and the 2-child limit, are wildly popular with the public. And that is a reality that we don't like. And not just a kind of, people on the conservative end of the spectrum, really wide range of the public. And actually, for me, there is something almost ethical about it is actually their money we're spending. And you need to have a certain level of public consent for how we are going to spend that money. And we need to work much harder to say, where are the public? Where can you get them to if you have the right conversations? And therefore, what is a pragmatic and ethical policy position? And it's not going to be the ones that many people who are campaigners in this field would love it to be. Certainly not yet. But I think we need to get better at those honest conversations, and also don't test messaging with stuff like us, because we're not the audience. We need to test messaging with people who aren't like us. And if it works for them, we should go with it, even if, our staff and our, people steeped in it it doesn't speak to them so much. But we're not the target audience for this stuff, really.
Hi, I'm Sheena McMullen from Action for Children. I'm working campaigns and advocacy and policy. I suppose I was interested a wee bit around, and you've really spoken to it just in your last answer there, Helen, a wee bit about that big tent idea in terms of getting political buy-in as well. And in Northern Ireland, I think we navigate extra layers of challenge in that regard, and certainly just responded to the review of children's social care, where poverty was identified clearly as the part of a toxic trio, linking it very clearly to the public services in terms of health and social care, given the evidence, and certainly that's something we see day and daily. I'm interested to know how what strategies, in a way, particularly in a divided political context, how do you get that sort of people? We had a very reactionary, for example, on the Conservative side, we triggered the wrong messaging. I'm interested to know, how do you find, particularly for Conservative positioning, how do you find, what language, what framing does work that we know of already, and when links and evidence has been made, but it's still departments are carving up responsibilities. We have such a sense of this is my turf and that's yours, versus let's work together, let's see how this affects mental health, let's see how it affects education, social care. Is there any kind of strategies that you've seen working in that regard?
Great.
Madeline, Ursula's got a question too. Maybe take two of them.
Yeah. Okay, with 2 more questions, and then we're going to call it a halt.
Thanks, Ciara. Ursula O'Hare from the Law Centre. So sorry I'm late, that's the first thing to say. It really picks up on both your comment and your comment. And Helen, this question's really, I think, for you. Oh, sorry, yeah. Helen B. So I'm thinking about all that JRF experience. So is there one thing that you think would get traction to build that public support at this time that might be a place to go to work? And I'm thinking about that in the context of, last week we had our social justice lecture with Professor Michael Marmot, and he was talking about the amount of spend in a poor household on healthy food as a percentage as compared to the amount to spend as a percentage on healthy food in a rich household. And it was very stark, as you know. So is there one thing, I wondered, is that the thing to go on? Is there one thing that you would focus on right now? So just picking up on both of those questions. Thanks, Ciara.
Okay, so one thing, so my instinct, I would 100% not start talking out the percentage of spend on healthy food between rich and poor households, because for many, many people, that won't make them think they must need more money. It'll make them think they're making poor choices. Why would we give them more money? They'll just spend it on the wrong things. And that's a really strong frame anyway. When you trigger that, you've lost. I think so. You have to focus on, so in terms of the frames for that, what we have to focus, so most people will think about things in terms of individual agency, because that's how we live our lives. Normal people don't think about all the structures around them, they just think about what they do or don't do. So trying to make visible the structures that constrain choice is really important. But the healthy food stuff is an absolute landmine. I mean, he's right, but I just don't think it helps if you're talking to the public. Might help with some policymakers, but even without, I've done stuff where I've gone and talked to officials in the Department for Work and Pensions, and I thought I painted a really strong case of why they should make social security more adequate if you're out of work, and their takeaway was we need harsher policies to get everyone into work. And that was a real lesson for me. I was like, okay, I did not do that well. But that's because I was kind of thinking about it, what would persuade me, and that wasn't the point. I'll come back to the what one thing, because it hasn't occurred to me yet, but it might do by the time I've answered those. You do the one thing and then I'll try and do those.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do the one thing, and I'm probably the worst person to ask about how to convince the public. So I'm really interested to hear that myself. But maybe talking more to the Conservative policymakers, so I could come to that. And one of the arguments now, how well this lands, I'm not so sure, but is to talk about social investment. And if you can build the evidence around that. So if you give a child a good start in life and the child becomes a productive adult and contributes to society, surely that's much better than having children living in poverty who are requiring state support for the rest of their lives. I know that's a very simplistic example I'm giving, but it's trying to make that argument and then follow it through the life cycle. What supports do you need to put in place to help that child develop along the way? So I'm not sure how well that argument flies, but I think it's one worth collecting the evidence and making the argument if you can.
Yeah. So on that, what kind of works to talk to people on that right side of the spectrum? I think there are a few things that we've got good evidence for, or we found work. I think in terms of the values, there is what we found when we did the research into it, combining two values, the compassion and the justice, was what worked for the greatest political spectrum. So the justice frame works for people on the left, alienates people on the right. The compassion frame works for people on the right, but tends to lead them to charity rather than government action. If you can combine the two, that seems to be what gets you. And there is a framing around opportunity structures, which speaks to people. If you can paint a picture of how people's opportunities are constrained by things like poverty, that's quite often kind of triggers a much better response. And actually there is something that kind of speaks to your thing, being able to show evidence that these things can change. So what you often find with the public, they absolutely believe poverty is a problem, they just don't believe you can do anything about it. So fatalism is our biggest enemy. And that's hard because we spend a lot of time presenting the problem, which we have to do, but we have to find a way of making it not feel so depressing everyone just switches off. And I think the other thing for me about talking across the spectrum is the starting point has to be that someone who disagrees with you isn't evil and they aren't deliberately destroying lives. And that sounds as if it should be obvious, but when I listen to a lot of people who are amazing in their field, the way they talk about Conservative politicians, I am uncomfortable with it actually from an ethical point of view, because it's not treating people with dignity, but also the majority of the country, more people have voted Conservative in the last 15, 20 years in Britain than have voted for anyone else. So if you dismiss the whole party, you're dismissing an enormous portion of the country. And actually, people on low incomes are more likely to vote right than left in the last 10, 15 years. So we're also dismissing the choices of the people we are supposedly working on behalf of. So I think having a starting point, there are people in every part of the political spectrum who are good people, who recognise this is a problem and want to solve it. We just might disagree on how. That, for me, is a really important starting point, and sidestepping the temptation to politicise things, which is hard because journalists want you to do it. So I don't know how much it plays here, but Lee Anderson in England, every time he makes his comments about how poor people are just making poor choices, some journalist basically says to me, would you like to condemn Lee Anderson? I'm like, no. I would like to sidestep that and talk about the British public not thinking that way. So actually resisting the urge to be overly negative and attack people and focusing on the positive, I think is really important. But it's hard because people are rightly and legitimately angry and sad and tired. And actually trying to filter that into a way of talking which is more constructive takes a lot of emotional energy, I think. And so we should recognise that that it's going to take it out of people, but I think it is also the way we make progress. On your thing about departmental turf wars, I think, for me, it comes down to department over here does something that will save department over there money. Why on earth would they care if you're looking purely on your own departmental budget? Why would I spend it on something that's going to save these guys money? So there is something structural for me about how you make it so the consequences of doing the right thing or the wrong thing land on the person with the decision to do it. And our system does not currently achieve that very well.
Okay, I want you to join me in thanking both Helens, both for their presentations, for their responses to the questions, for providing very controversial response to some of the questions that's making me now feel that I need to think about uncomfortable thoughts that I have, because you've justified a way in which it's not helpful at all. So thank you so much, and lunch I can smell.
Okay, so when everybody settles, we're just about to begin the second panel. So it's fantastic to see that so many people are here for the afternoon session. My name's Fiona Duclos, and I've been working alongside Ciara and Charles and Tricia and Johnny as well on the steering group. So I'm delighted to welcome Mary, Colm and Tommy as the contributors to the second panel. And how we're going to do it is Mary is first of all going to give a paper, and so the theme of the second panel is kind of looking more towards the future. So Mary's talk is very appropriately titled A Welfare Imaginary for the Island. That's going to take about 20 minutes, and then as Ciara said, we'll have a brief rush out for tea and coffee. At that point, the streaming will stop and we'll move to the second part of the panel, which will be more of a kind of conversation between Colm and Tommy based on their experience and knowledge of working in the North and South on social security and related issues. So we're delighted to have both of them as well. So just briefly, for Mary, many of you know her already. She's a professor of sociology at Maynooth University. She's had a very distinguished academic career, but she's also a pretty unique academic. She calls herself a pracademic because she combines her academic work and research with a lot of kind of policy work, and in her former life she also worked in a kind of policy role in Vincent de Paul in Dublin. She's published extensively on the Irish welfare state and on many parts of it, including social protection, activation, care, gender, participation, and so on. And recently she's kind of returned to one of her long-standing interests, looking at eco-social policy and the crucial importance of sustainability and reshaping the welfare state in the context of climate change. So I'm delighted to welcome Mary.
Thanks, Fiona. Hi everybody, and thanks for staying. You always have that dread when you see lunchtime coming and everybody going out, that there'll be nobody here, so thank you very much. I wanted to begin by maybe making the links with the previous session and this input, because it's not necessarily obvious at the start that they are linked, but there was a lot of talk about the big tent and about the strategies that were needed to trigger a new way of thinking and a new way of talking, maybe, about some of the challenges that we discussed this morning. And Helen M. in particular put forward the idea of speaking in a way that values everybody's values and that doesn't dismiss the wide tent that you're trying to create around it. So some of what I want to look at is that idea of there are fundamental needs that a welfare system has to help us all meet. And to some degree, in our basic humanity, we are all connected by having those same fundamental needs. And there must be ways of having the conversation about those needs. And there's a concept I came across, the brownie and the recipe. It's an American concept that comes from maybe more the climate change literature. But it's the idea of that we need to talk about the brownie. Everybody wants a brownie. Everybody wants a decent life. Everybody wants a better world. And that's the brownie. We need to talk maybe less about the recipe, which is how you make the brownie, what you put into the brownie, the ingredients you need for a brownie, what temperature the oven has to be on to get the good brownie. Because really what people want to know is, are you trying to get me the best brownie? And that's maybe the way that we can connect a conversation that's more about values. I personally found just that one little anecdote very, very useful in making sense to me about maybe sometimes I was having the wrong conversations or writing the wrong kind of papers. So it sort of influenced a bit what I'm going to do now, because it's about that framing. It's about asking, well, what does the future look like for us? And what type of future do we want to try and co-create for the world that we'll all live in, North and South? And on that, I suppose, it's less maybe about the statistics and the evidence, although they're important, that it's really necessary to pepper, and I learned this in the Vincent de Paul, you should never talk about statistics without talking about people, without having a story to illustrate, to put a visual around the statistic that you're talking about, because most people remember people. They remember the stories, they don't remember the statistics. So the evidence has to be a very wide range of evidence, and qualitative evidence is really important there. And we can sometimes forget that when we're talking about the evidence. So visuals, stories, narratives are a really important part of co-creating our future together. And that's what they talked in the Vincent de Paul at the time about. How do you wake up a sleeping giant? And you do it with stories and statistics, and you do it with the brownie. And that's kind of where I'm connecting the two things that we're talking about. So I talked about the welfare imaginary for the island, and I want to acknowledge Jay, who was the inspiration for the welfare imaginary, for work that he did that first introduced me to the concept, which I did find very useful. So what I basically wanted to try and do with this is, it's the idea of ideas can be used in three ways. They can be used as sort of a weapon, a big idea that can really get something going. They can be used as blueprints, ideas about how we build a welfare state, a blueprint for a new welfare state. But often ideas, we're cognitively locked into the ideas that we have. And a large part of what I wanted to do with this paper was try and find a key to open up our own cognitive locks about our own welfare imaginations, in terms of saying, well, if we didn't have what we had now and we were starting with a fresh sheet, what would we want? Like, what brownie would we want to actually make out of a welfare state? And Madeleine inspired taken from Beveridge's comment that a revolutionary moment in world history is a time for revolutions, not for patching. And I do think that, as we go into maybe a space of constitutional change on the island, but also very significant global change in the context of climate change, it is a time, and I don't mean revolutions in the socialist worker sense of all on the streets. I mean it in terms of a revolution of policy, a real fundamental change in how we might understand the needs of the world and how we need to make at them. At the same time, there was an ISPAS poll just earlier this week that shows the impact on material well-being will impact on how anybody might vote in any future constitutional ballots that go on. So welfare is relevant, and I think that's part of the reason that we're here today is to make sure that the constitutional conversations don't take off without them being grounded in welfare conversations as well, and that welfare is part of constitutional change, and constitutional change is part of welfare. So what I wanted to do is maybe just throw out some of those core assumptions: imagination, island, social security, welfare state. What do we mean by those words? Maybe unpack some of the underlying welfare challenges, not from the perspective that we unpacked them earlier on this morning, because it was very comprehensively done, but maybe to add some other things in, like the idea of what we are now experiencing is a very careless state, and to put care at the centre of the conversation, what kind of society we want, how it relates to the economy, and particularly how it relates to our ecology and our environment. And to do that, but to also acknowledge that, locally, north and south, that what we're talking about is issues like participation, low pay labour market, social exclusion, mental health, lone parents, poor quality services for poor people, and the kind of things that were already done. Then maybe just to talk about what's changing, and that movie Everyone, Everywhere, All at Once is that sense of we are in a time of immense change. And really that change seems to be quite inevitable. But what isn't inevitable is the kind of society that change is going to produce. And that's really about the politics of the change, who is determining the direction of the change and what will happen out of it. So if there are opportunities in the broader inevitable change in the context of climate change, what might they be? And I would argue that they may be things like about putting well-being and care much more centrally in our conversation about what welfare is for. At the moment, it's a very economistic kind of take on what welfare is for. Putting the participation of people, negotiating, co-creating, managing risk, the need for citizens to be enabled to be much more agile in managing their own lives and risks will be part of that future. But how do we do that? How do we invest navigational agency in people? Can our institutions, our community development, our education, our welfare, our labour market measures, how are they enabling people to be active? And I think that very much speaks to what Helen M. spoke about, opportunity being something that maybe we can all speak about, even if we might mean slightly different things. To my mind, climate and inequality are both part of the same problem. Inequality causes the overconsumption that links into climate, and I think tackling inequality is very much at the centre of tackling carbon emissions and climate change. So I think looking at that puts inequality at the centre of the challenges that we need to face. And it might just be a different frame of understanding poverty or coming at it. And I think universal basic services and income supports, how we put them together in new and different ways to manage that future together might be part of what we want to look at. So I'm conscious I'm going very quickly. The other thing I want to say before I forget is I actually think a lot of this should be more fun than we make it. Like, I really do. I think we bore ourselves to tears, and we've really lost the ability. The 80s was better crack, I'll tell you. There was a lot of good campaigning, but it was good crack. So I want to set you all a challenge when you get bored with me talking. We've called the new network the AISSN. It's the All Ireland Social Security Network. And there's a prize for the table that comes up with the best alternative acronym for those letters, okay? I've got mine. I might win mine myself. But anyway, that's something for when you're bored. So just some core concepts and assumptions. Change. I mean, we're all talking about change. And like the basic political science kind of standard theory on change is that for change to happen, you need institutional fit, you need policy opportunity, and you need learning processes. And to some degree, the policy opportunity seems to me maybe the most obvious thing that we might have. But the institutional fit, we've been talking about how difficult it is to fit the legislative frameworks and the actual regimes, the welfare regimes together. And the learning processes, apart from what Madeleine outlined and Helen outlined some as well, this may be the beginning of a bigger learning process that we're all getting into together. So there is still the question, though, of the institutional fit and whether or not you achieve change through incremental tweaking and merging together, or whether you accept that it's difficult to get that institutional fit, so you tear it up and you say, let's use it as an opportunity for new thinking. And I'm in that space very much in terms of encouraging a social imaginary, which is a sociological concept, and it refers to like how do people use their imagination to rethink about values, institutions, law and symbols to imagine a different type of reality. And my argument is that we're in polycrisis, we're in permacrisis, we've artificial intelligence, we've climate, we've inequality, we've democratic challenges, clearly we've the far right, and we're going to see big change on the island of Ireland for all of those reasons, never mind for the constitutional question that's lurking at the back of all our things as well. So, but despite all those kind of changes, I do believe that future is relatively open. The change may be inevitable, but what it will be and what it will end up like is not. And that's why we do need to think of in terms of an all-island welfare imaginary. And the last thing is social security or welfare. Do we take a narrow or a wide understanding of that? I think to the degree that both, Helen Johnson in particular said it this morning, that one way that the welfare state was conceptualised in the South was really to understand the relationship between society and economy, but also very much never to talk about income supports without also talking about services and understanding the relationship between the two. Because we can never determine, is income adequate enough? Because we always have to say adequate for what? And the answer to the for what is, well, what can you get via services that you're not trying to compensate for with income? So to my mind, I think we have to think quite widely about the frame for welfare when we're thinking about social security. I also think that we need to start talking about wellbeing societies and careful societies as a way of a shorthand way of making sure that we're talking about a quite different type of welfare state to the one that we have at the moment. I just wanted to start off with this. This is Oxfam's latest report on climate equality. And you don't need to imagine the link between inequality and climate change. And I could take any one of them. I'm going to take the first one. The richest 1% were responsible for 16% of global carbon emissions. And that's the same as the poorest 66% of the population of the planet. So, when I talk about inequality being absolutely linked to climate emissions, it is that stark in terms of you really can't talk about lowering these carbon emissions without lowering the capacity of some people to consume far too much. And, it's as crude as that in some ways. They were also responsible for 1.3 million deaths due to heat already, not in the future, in the past. So, the welfare, Beveridge has got lots of mentions, including from me, and we all know his 5 evils: want, disease, ignorance, squalor and idleness. Thompson puts out 8 giants that he says, This is what we need to prepare for when we're thinking about the future and what welfare needs to be set up for to tackle inequality and polarisation, economic insecurity, consumer debt, stress and mental illness, precarity and rising underemployment, AI, climate and populism and neo-fascism. Not pretty reading, any of them. Very much interlinked as well, and some serious relationship between beverages and Thompson's lists. But if we're talking about the future, we need to be real about what that future might be like. And I think to some degree, the change that is coming down the road might catch us by surprise. It really struck me, NESC in the south of Ireland had its 50th, this is the National Economic and Social Council, it had its 50th anniversary, and it had a big conference called A Thriving Ireland. And the mood of the conference was, yeah, look, there's pockets of problems, but generally speaking, the south of Ireland is thriving. It's doing okay. That same afternoon, the Dublin riots were on. Literally that same. The people walked out of the conference on Dame Street, walked up to O'Connell Street into the mayhem. So there's something very disconnected about our ability to use our evidence to tell us what's wrong with the world and then see the world that we're in. Naomi Klein spoke in Dublin a while ago, and one thing that she said really echoed with me. She said, you know, the left often have the statistics right, we have the facts right, but we don't recognise the feelings that people have about this list of insecurities and worlds that we're facing. And one of the reasons that they're so able to have the conversations with people is they talk about how people are feeling. We talk about the evidence, the facts, and that we need to actually be able to talk the more emotive language of how people are feeling in order to maybe have the conversations that we need to have about change. I found that was very striking in terms of her doing it. I'm not going to talk anything about them, but just in terms of it's the data that's in the Aaron's paper from myself and Goslin's more recent paper. And it is that sort of thing. I think Helen Johnson said it perfectly. Yes, loads of the evidence doesn't match up. Yes, loads of the metrics are different. But basically, we know that there are very similar problems as well because they're about the problems there. And so I think to some degree, we can assume that there are enough common problems, north and south, to try and identify common solutions. And that's the common solutions, I think, needs to go back to the fundamental issues about, well, what do we need? What do we need as people to survive and thrive on this planet? And most of the literature on well-being, capability theory, care theory, feminist theory, it really does stress that we need very much similar things. We need well-being, we need social participation, we need physical and mental health, we need autonomous right to do things, we need to be able to be cognitive individuals, and we need opportunities to participate. They're our fundamental needs, and then we need some second order things that help us achieve the first order things. But we all need them. Your biggest enemy needs those things as well as your best friend. So given that we are all starting from the same place, I think there is something fundamental about saying, well, can we reimagine welfare to enable it to meet what we actually need? And I would say, okay, well, we wouldn't make the welfare state that we have now. We really wouldn't if we had a blank sheet, because it is all about money and markets. And our welfare state, through social investment, through activation policy, through welfare conditionality, is more and more consumed with getting us to be labour market actors in the very narrow sense of the word. And really, it has forgotten about the concept of the other needs we have to live thriving lives. And if we were mindful of those needs, I think we'd be much more trying to develop what I call a caring society, where we're enabled to care for each other, to practice care for each other right across the life cycle, men and women, but also where we're enabled to care about, to have a different set of values about each other, our societies, about the world that we live in. What would be important there would be care equality where everybody gives care, but also care equality that everybody has the right to receive care and everybody has access to the care that they need. And I think putting care and well-being at the heart of welfare, it really opens up just talking about different things. And that's what we need to be doing really, is talking about different things. So reimagining welfare in that careful society and just pulling together some of what I've been saying there, I think inequality and climate change, I believe they're different sides of the same coin, and they have to be in any conversation about the future of welfare. We need to think about mechanisms, policy mechanisms, to redistribute time, work, money, care of both ourselves and of nature, that unless we find ways to redistribute those things, we don't enable equality of care, either giving or receiving that care. All of this needs to be democratic, that idea of co-creation, people's voices, making sure people who are going to be impacted by the policies are included in the design of the policies. What kind of institutions enable us to do that? What kind of democratic institutions enable us to do that? And then enabling our needs to be met. The idea of recognising that we are reciprocal actors, we're mutually interdependent on each other. So designing institutions in a way that enables us to be reciprocal to each other, to help each other to do that kind of thing. And I don't mean Cameron's big society, I mean more the ethics of feminism in informing ideas like collective freedom instead of individual freedom. The collective freedom to make a better society is much more meaningful to me than the individual freedom to maximise my own utility, for example. And I think a more trustful world will come about with that. Helen outlined the NESC developmental welfare state, but she spelt it properly, which I didn't see. And it is seen, internationally in welfare state literature, it is a gold standard way of understanding welfare at the time in 1995, built on the idea that services should be the biggest part of our welfare state, income support should be complementary, and our institutions needed to be very activist. They needed to be very enabling, facilitating people to maximise opportunities they had to participate in life, both economically and socially. At the time in 1995, I was one of the only people who did a critique of that document, the NESC Developmental Welfare State, because basically I said it wasn't gendered. There was no gender, it was gender blind in terms of how it understood all of this. And I argued it needed to have care at the centre of it, and I still believe that. But having said that, I do think it offered a very big rubric for thinking quite holistically about integrating welfare and as services, income support and enabling measures, and that it really struck a chord with people for its ability to do that. So I'm not one for throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I think there's a lot we can do in reimagining welfare that brings our past with us, that builds on the seeds of the future. So there's a lot of good in the present welfare system. There's frameworks like NESCs that I have there, but we've got universal payments, enabling institutions, good community development, some care-related payments, some unconditional payments, increasing individual. We've got quite a bit, but we've got quite a bit missing as well. We don't value participation enough. Care isn't there enough, mental health, decent jobs, fair reciprocity, conditionality, adequate services and income, gender equality. So, it's sort of saying, well, what have we got? What do we need? Where is the gaps? I'm not going to do that. What I'm pinning it down to, and this is your chance to show everybody the book, Colm. Colm has my book. But basically, there are two things I think we really need to think about in the future of welfare, apart from all institutions being enabling. There is the idea of getting it right about services. Services have to be bigger and better and bolder about what they do, and they need to connect with all of us. So they need to be universal, as in accessible to everybody, and they need to be adequate to meet our needs. If most of our needs, like say transport, for example, is met collectively, it takes out our individual carbon emissions in meeting those needs. And it's a no-brainer in some respects that collective services will help us reduce collective carbon emissions and will go a long way to trying to help us. It doesn't need to be that for everything. There are roles for the market, and I give the difference there between clothes as a need. We may well want to buy them in markets, hopefully circular economy markets. But, I can see markets and clothes being a valid need, but not books necessarily, because libraries do a really good job at meeting our collective need for literature. So the idea of universal basic services, the practice of it means a different role for the state. And I think this is really important in thinking about the welfare state of the future. It may look very different to the welfare state of the present. And in universal basic services, the idea is the state has a primary role in terms of meeting everybody's right to services. So the state has to regulate those services for quality. It has to plan for them for provision. It has to monitor their delivery, and it has to fund them. But it doesn't have to deliver them. There can be a plurality and diversity of ways to deliver services to people so it really meets their needs wherever they are. But the state has to make sure that that happens. It's a very fundamental different role for how we think about the welfare state. And I mean, in saying a plurality and diversity of wider delivery mechanisms, I'm really conscious, coming from the south of Ireland, that both the state, the market and civil society all have made an absolute mess of delivering services to the most vulnerable people, particularly women and children, over my lifetime. So there's no good actor here, as far as I'm concerned. They all need to improve their capacity to deliver. Alongside the biggest circle being services, I think we do need an income support system, but one that's different from our present income support system, which is very conditional in working age terms on a very narrow form of conditionality, which is labour market conditionality. I don't have a huge problem with reciprocity or conditionality per se. I have a problem with the very narrow productivist framing of that conditionality. I think it's fine if income support is a fair way of enabling us to have our collective needs met, that we do push people to do something in return. But I think the range of things that we could do in return, from care, from democratic work, ecological work, community work that people are doing anyway a lot of the time in their lives, and using our income support to value that work, to socially recognise and reward that work. And just as an example, this picture here was, we launched a report on a participation income for care in the Irish Parliament in the summer. And what we discovered was that it would only cost 400 million extra to take all the payments that are there for carers allowance, as we presently have it in the South, and to make it into a non-means tested universal payment for the care work that happens for the people who are presently eligible for carers allowance. And believe it or not, we tested whether or not you could put in what we called a high level income threshold of 100 grand. So we said, right, we don't want the really rich to get this, so we'll put in a really high level threshold. We costed that, and then we costed having no income threshold, making it totally universal. There was 10 million euro in the difference. So it was a no-brainer to make it universal. And when we thought about it, we realised the rich don't do care work. They buy people to do care work in the market. So you weren't going to cost much extra by making it universal, because they wouldn't be eligible anyway, because they don't do the socially valued activity. They get somebody else to do it for them. So I think, to my mind, it was a very small piece of research, but it showed how easily it would be to actually take something that's presently existing in those resources, to reshape it without fundamental mad costs, and to actually make it accessible as a different type of payment. And there's 7 arguments as to why. And I might add, it's something that we're experimenting in the South with the artist basic income. It's a pilot at the moment where 2,000 artists are getting €325 a week, and they can earn what they want in addition to that, and it's in recognition of the social value of their cultural and artwork, their social participation. So they're not mad ideas, they're actually happening, that people are thinking about them and charting them out. So I'll finish on just going back to, I think, trying to make links back to particularly Helen M's, which talked about the theories of change and action. And to some degree, we can understand there's prompting demand, which I think Helen spoke to in terms of trying to get public support. And then there's the theories of change and action that understand how the supply side, how the policy system and the political actors might deliver that change. I tend to concentrate on the demand side, as Helen did, and rather than looking at how do you build public support, I think a lot of what we need to do is enable mobilisation and inclusive participation of people in conversations about welfare and change. And that itself animates demand for that change. It translates eventually into the political system. I think imagination is really important, and I really want to echo what Helen said about the importance of framing the narratives, as positive, that we want positive things that will really help people have what they need to do in life, and that really give a positive image of the people that we want to benefit from that change. I think those things are really important. But so is structure, so are the institutions that we're working with and into. The democratic institutions need to be robust enough to enable that participation. And our agency is really important. Our collective political power, I think, is really important. So coalition building and joining the dots across the different type of actors are important. And without being too rosy then, I do want to recognise elite power is there, EU is there as a serious policy actor, that there's lots of impediments to change, but getting some of this right will help us move on in some respects. So I'm just going to leave you with that image, which to my mind is kind of what we need to be about, is joining the dots across welfare, climate and feminism allows us to create a different conversation about what we think welfare might do in the future, what it might be for in the future, and it allows a bigger range of actors see themselves as relevant to that demand for a future welfare that's very different, but that actually meets some of what is going to come about because of climate change, some of what we need to do if we're to generate gender equality and have a careful society, and some about addressing the levels of poverty that we spoke about this morning. To my mind, we need to understand them as part of a systemic kind of change agenda for a future that's relevant north and south in a relatively soon time frame. So I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. We are going to end our online stream at this point, and we're going to invite you to grab a cup of tea or cup of coffee. You're on the clock, a couple of minutes. Grab your cup of tea or coffee and then come straight back into the room for the second part of this panel, which will be facilitated by Fiona.